one.
What happened?
It nothing.
What happened with the video?
I don't know.
Tony, it seems like you're muted. Your video is muted. You want to go ahead?
Hold on.
Keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. I've got to keep on pushing. I can't stop now. Move up a little higher. Some way or somehow. 'Cause I've got my strength, and it don't make sense not to keep on pushing. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Keep on pushing. Now maybe someday I'll reach that higher goal. I know I can make it with just a little bit of soul. 'Cause I've got my strength, and it don't make sense not to keep on pushing. Now look, look yonder. What's that I see? A great big stone wall stands there ahead of me. But I've got my pride, and I'm moving on aside and keep on pushing. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. What I say, keep on pushing. Well, it's all right.
Hi, I'm Dr. Tony Dunbar. And before we get started with the introductions and the programs, let me just make a quick request. For those of you who are talented on Twitter and you're can both pay attention to the presentation and do Twitter, feel free to support the event. And we're using the hashtag BC, BCA, BCLA, ALA, keep on pushing. Let me say that articulately. BCALA, keep on pushing with a G. So that now brings us to the introductions. Our featured speaker for the 2020 Black Caucus Live event is Dr. Renata Chancellor. She's a scholar, historian, and the associate professor in the Department of Library and Information Sciences. She's also the director of the Law Librarianship Program of Study. And obviously, she's the author of the book E.J. Josey, Transformational Leader of Modern Library Profession. Welcome, Dr. Chancellor.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for that warm welcome. And I also like to say thank you to the Black Caucus of the American Library Association and the president, Richard Ashby, for inviting us here today to talk about one of my favorite topics, E.J. Josey, but also to talk about a lot of what's going on today in terms of civil rights.
So with that said, why don't we get right to it and just start out with an overview of who E.J. Josie is, and why he struck an interest in you from, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 years back.
Well, I also was remiss in not saying earlier that also this is Black Caucus, the Black Caucus of the American Library Association 50th anniversary. So I'm also honored to be here in celebration of that as well. E.J. Josie, as one of the founders of the Black Caucus of the American Library Association, was instrumental in not only founding the profession, founding the organization, but he was a significant figure in American Library Association history. He was a transformative force, a transformative leader, and a figure that many of you who are listening probably have heard about him or have known of him. But I feel like there is a lot of younger librarians who may not be so familiar with his contributions to the profession. So today I hope to share a lot of what he did. One thing in particular is that he actually rose up to be the president of the American Library Association. He was involved in a lot of the ALA Council, a lot of committees. He was really instrumental in fighting for civil rights as well as human rights.
Fantastic. So this particular conversation is going to juxtapose Josie's life over the legacy of Jim Crow, and we've divided this into different parts. So can you kind of share the overview of how we've set up this conversation of Jim Crow and E.J. Josie?
Sure. We could just talk simply about Josie and the span of his life, but I thought it would be interesting to look at Josie within the context or within the context of Jim Crow. And so throughout this presentation, we'll talk about Jim Crow, which most of you guys are what most people conventionally think of as the Jim Crow that started in 1865 after the close of the Civil War, Reconstruction era through 1964, through the end of the Civil Rights Movement. Jim Crow 2, which Michelle Alexander outlines in her very popular book called The New Jim Crow, in which he talks about the incarceration. She uses incarceration as a metaphor for Jim Crow, incarceration of Black men. So we're going to kind of delve into that a little bit. And then thirdly, the Jim Crow 3.0, which we argue that we're currently living in this time of Jim Crow, where we're dealing with the judicial system and law enforcement and the actual recording or the documenting of that and capturing that on video or camera. And so we're going to be talking about Josie within those parameters.
Fantastic. So in this first iteration, we started at the end of the Civil War in April 1865, and then we move along the timeline, and Josie's life comes in shortly thereafter. So why don't you pick it up post-Civil War, Dr. Chancellor?
Well, when you think about 1875 or 1865 during the Civil War or the Reconstruction period, we have to point out the fact that in 1876 was the founding of the American Library Association. The ALA was founded on the core principles of democracy and equity. However, there were a lot of challenges in terms of racism within the organization and within Southern chapters during that particular period of time. So that is a significant point on this timeline because we are talking about a significant figure in the ALA's history. So in 1876, which was the founding of the American Library Association, during that particular period of time, we also see that there was the establishment of civil rights organizations such as NAACP, a little earlier, other civil rights associations as well, Urban League as well as CORE. But that brings us to 1924, which is when Josie was born. He was born during the peak time of the 1920s, what they call the Roaring '20s, where it was an unprecedented time for Black growth, particularly in the arts. And in 1924, he was born in Norfolk, Virginia, and he moved to Portsmouth, where he was raised. And he was raised in a predominantly segregated, predominantly Black town of Portsmouth called Mount Hermon area, which was predominantly Black and was predominantly poor. And he admitted that although he was raised poor, he never really felt poor because his mother instilled the love of the arts and the love of reading. So it really, that was a big part of his life early on. And then if we go along the timeline, we also see that there's great moments in American history, like the Great Depression, which I would argue affected African Americans significantly. We also see another period that I like to highlight is the 1936 ALA conference in Richmond, Virginia. Now, I like to point to this date as pivotal for the American Library Association's history, as well as for Black librarians. It was in 1936 at the ALA conference in Richmond where the organizers made a concerted effort to reach out and to invite Black librarians to the conference. However, Richmond was practicing segregation during that particular period of time. And so librarians could not fully participate in the conference. They could not enter the entryways. They could not share meals. And so this is generally the very first, time that ALA was really confronted with the issue of race within the profession. Although I am sure that there were other undocumented times. So in 1936, because there was such a backlash, because there was such an uproar, ALA decided to draft a resolution stating that they would no longer hold conferences in cities where their entire membership, specifically Blacks, could not fully participate in the conference.
And that's not a small measure in history, because that actually predates even the military in the late 40s desegregating. So as much as ALA may have been criticized for what they didn't do, making that particular move in that particular time in history is worth noting. It's just not a small bump in the road. It's a major achievement. Again, 12 years before the desegregation of the Civil War. The military. I'm sorry. So that then brings us to the 50s, Dr. Chancellor.
Yes, and I appreciate your point about the military, because in 1943, Josie served in war. He joined the Army, where he served during World War II. Now, he joined the Army fairly early because he graduated from high school early because his father died. And being the eldest of 5 children, he had to go out and work to help support the family. So he took odd jobs before before joining the military, the Army in 1943. It was in 1943, and that he really experienced extreme racism. And he points to that time as to why he was such a proponent of civil and human rights. One situation that occurred to him while he was in the military, he was boarding the bus, and the white bus driver told him to step aside so that other white passengers, white soldiers, can come on the bus before him. And when Josie said that he would not do that, the bus driver took out a revolver and pointed it towards him and told him to move aside. But Josie would not budge. He wouldn't move. And he marks that as a point in his life that he said he would never, ever bow down to any type of racism. So that was significant in his life. And I think that's important to understand why he did what he did within the American Library Association.
Fantastic. And then moving from that particular time in the mid 40s, later in the early 50s, he started his ALA membership and his participation in the association.
Yeah, so he was fortunate to when he left the military, he had the GI Bill, and with the GI Bill, it afforded him the opportunity to enroll in college. So he went and had his bachelor's degree and he initially was going to major in music. He went to Howard University, and then he still had more benefits on the GI Bill, and he eventually went on to get a master's in history as well as a master's in library and information science, and he joined the American Library Association in 1952.
And then that brings us to his time at Delaware State in the midst of some very prominent Civil War moments in history.
Yeah, so he actually left after getting his master's degree. After getting his master's degree, his first job was at the Free Library in Philadelphia, and he experienced such extreme racism there that he decided to leave the profession altogether, and he went to Savannah State College to teach history. So he left librarianship, but after a year of teaching, he decided, oh no, I love librarianship, so I'm going to go back and be a librarian. And so he was encouraged to go to Delaware State, where their library for about 4 years. And what he did at what he did at Delaware State was so significant. He really did a lot of innovative things in the library. There were dwindling statistics of people coming into the library, something that we deal with today outside of this current COVID time. But he was able to bring in people like Langston Hughes and other famous people into the library to really get people, not only just people on campus, but people outside of the university into the library. And so he worked there for a number of years before being recruited to Savannah State.
And Savannah State was another pivotal moment in the type of activities that he was participating in, and at a time when the civil rights movement was picking up a little bit of momentum. So there's some interesting and prominent moments at his time at Savannah State, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. So now he's leaving Delaware, which is more of the Northeast, and he's going south. He's going south to Georgia. And it was when he was at Savannah State, and he actually adopted the same model that he did at Delaware to the library at Savannah State. And so he was doing some wonderful things there. However, he was now in the Deep South, and he was experiencing extreme racism, a lot of the racism that he experienced as a child, and as well as when he was in the military. And so he was very active outside of library world into the NAACP in the state of Georgia as well. And so at Savannah State, he was the faculty advisor for the student chapter of the NAACP. He also wanted to join the Library Association of the state of Georgia, but he was not allowed to do so.
That resonates strong at this particular time in history. So then that now brings us to the pivotal moment of this discussion, because it's in the title, the 1964 activities. So why don't you just take it from there and lead us through that?
Right. So 1964, and one of the reasons why I named this presentation, E.J. Josey's 1964 charge, is because Josey was so passionate about equality and equal rights. And so it really, and although he had like over 50 years of service to the American Library Association, 1964 is pivotal. And when you think about what was going on in the country in terms of the Jim Crow that was going on during that particular time, and there was this movement towards a civil rights bill that would actually disband a lot of the Jim Crow laws and discrimination. So it was in 1964 which was pivotal. And it was at the 1964 ALA conference in St. Louis, in St. Louis, Missouri, where Josey did something extraordinary. And so he, going into that conference, and as I can recall him telling me, he was really bothered about what was going on in the world. And when he when he got to the conference, he realized that the Mississippi Library Association was being lauded for their wonderful National Library Program. But what didn't sit right with him were the three civil rights activists who were slain, Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner. And he was really upset about that. He was upset about everything that was going on. And so when he realized that Mississippi was being recognized, he drafted a resolution and he presented it at the conference at the ALA Council, saying that basically that ALA should not be affiliated with state chapters that would not allow membership to all their members, particularly Blacks. Again, remember that he was at Georgia and he couldn't be a member of the Georgia Library Association. So, and then having Mississippi, who also would not allow Blacks membership, it just sat in his craw. And so he presented a resolution, and it was seconded by Eric Moon at the particular time. And as he described, all hell broke loose. And those of you guys who may be active on ALA Council, you may have a sense of how things can kind of get out of hand or how people can get passionate. But yeah, there were those 4 library associations that did not allow membership to Blacks. It was Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And so it wasn't just for Josie himself, but it was for other librarians as well, particularly in the state of Georgia, where he was a librarian, but also some of you may know that at the Atlanta School of Library Services, Dr. Virginia Lacey Jones also submitted a application and her money for her fees to the Georgia Library Association, and they returned them back to her. They would not allow her to be a member as well. So these are a lot of the forces that were going around Josie when he pushed forward, when he drafted his resolution and it eventually passed.
And then, as you have mentioned, the next month, the civil rights movement picked up even more momentum.
Yeah. So, and all of this really just works kind of together. You have the momentum of the civil rights legislation that was going to be passed. And in July of 1964, the civil rights legislation actually passed. So this is right after ALA during that particular time. And so you see here that there was a lot of momentum of the signing of the civil rights law.
And then within a year, we had another civil rights legislation in the Voting Rights Act in August of '65. That signing as well. So that's now it's leading us into the post-civil rights time and leading us to the next decade. And there's some significant things taking place between the '64 conference and the turn of the decade, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So even though the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1964, which disbanded segregation, there were still people, you can't change people's minds and people's actions. So there was still residue, we have it today, of this outright discrimination. And so even though it was great for ALA, Black librarians at their libraries were not being treated fairly. They were not being considered for leadership roles. And so there started, around 1968, they started having discussions about forming a caucus, like a Black caucus, so that they would commiserate and so that they could establish leadership within their own body. And so that started actually post around 1968 all the way into 1970.
Great. I'm going to pause for a second. If you folks have questions, ALA has set up a link for me to be able to receive those questions. We can take them at the conclusion of Dr. Chancellor's talk. So if you have questions, feel free to send them, and I should be able to see them through the link they've provided. So again, let's move back to what you were saying, Dr. Chancellor. That 1970 pivotal point, post Civil Rights Acts, post Voting Rights Act, and not to mention the assassination of two prominent leaders in Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, we now have the Black caucus being established. But leads us through to the rest of the timeline.
Yeah, so we do have like what we consider the when we think about Michelle Alexander's Jim Crow 2.0, we think about what she's talking about. She's talking about there's new modes of racism that existed in this particular period of time. Now, Alexander's book came out in 2010. I believe she did a revision in January of this year, or 2020. And those of you who have not read it, I encourage you to read it. But during this particular period of time, there was a lot that was going on in terms in the country politically. You're coming out of a period of Nixon being president. You have during this particular time there's the war that was going on, and then you also have in terms of ALA, you have Josie's rise to presidency in the American Library Association. So he became president in 1983, and at that particular time, his entire platform was based on forging coalitions. And what I think that sets Josie aside, just sets him aside from other leaders, that makes him unique, is that he was able to see the importance of moving beyond library world, so to speak, and making connections and collaborating with organizations outside of the typical library association. And so his whole platform was based on, let's forge coalitions with other entities to make ALA stronger.
Great. So then that's the mid 80s, and then the prison industrial complex momentum is increasing. We have the transition from Bush 41 to Bill Clinton, and that leads into a whole nother set of dynamics that happened in our history.
Right. So even though currently we've been, in the last few weeks, we've seen in the media about the entire heavy policing against Black people, Black men and Black women. In 1991, there was, in Los Angeles, Rodney King was actually being filmed being vilely beaten by policemen. Even in New York, earlier, I don't have the actual date, like in the early 70s, there was a man who died from using a chokehold. So there was this idea of this policing that was done prior to what's going on currently. But I like to mark the 1991 LA uprising that occurred after Rodney King's police officers were exonerated. And so that is actually the first capture moment, meaning that you see a public lynching or a public brutalizing of a Black man through police on camera.
Yeah, not only captured, but widely broadcast. There might be some people with a picture here and there, but this went worldwide. So that was a very powerful moment. And at the same time, Josie's career trajectory from 86 and 95 went into another path.
Yeah, so prior to the 80s, after he left Savannah State, because he was there for a number of years, he took on a position in New York at the New York Department of Education, working with libraries. He was really instrumental in creating what we now know as this collaborative effort, dealing with a collaboration of interlibrary loan through the CUNY system, the City University of New York in the state of New York. The State University of New York in New York. And so he was there for 20 years. But in 1986, he was recruited to join the faculty at the School of Library and Information Sciences at the University of Pittsburgh. And at that particular time, he recruited a lot of Black graduate students to pursue library science, as well as graduate students to pursue the PhD in library and information science. So he really was active in that, and he was really heavily involved in writing. He wrote over 400 books, and he published over he published over 400 articles, and he wrote over 13 books. So he did a lot of writing during this particular period of time. And basically he was writing about the injustice that he saw during this particular period of time.
Fantastic. Then from the 80s to the 90s, he was at University of Pittsburgh as faculty, and then he received in the early 2000s a wonderful achievement from an acknowledgement from the ALA.
Yeah, so he retired from ALA, but in my conversation with him, he never fully retired. As a matter of fact, in our last interview, he said that he had, and this was like in 2008, he said he had a couple more books under his belt. So he actually never fully retired, but he was fortunate to be acknowledged and recognized by ALA in 2002 with the ALA's highest honor of lifetime honorary membership during that particular period of time. And he was fortunate to, if you look through the timeline, he was fortunate also see the inauguration of Barack Obama in 2008. I'm sorry, 2009. Sorry.
So that then transitions us from Jim Crow 2.0 at the end of the Obama presidency, and we pick it up at the election of 2016, framing it inside of a new millennium Jim Crow with it looks a whole lot like the first Jim Crow, unfortunately. So why don't you pick it up from 2016, Dr. Chancellor?
Right, I think that's a great point, Tony, because even Michelle Alexander says that often people think that Jim Crow ended after, period of Civil War. Her argument is that no, it hasn't ended. It's still going on. That's how she was able to reframe the new Jim Crow. And then when we think about what's going on now, I feel like there are more tools to use because of technology, because of the media, because of the ubiquitous nature of information and how information can be weaponized. Because of those issues, those things, there is, it's almost like, it's like Jim Crow on like steroids, so to speak. So, and we have found like after 2016, we see that there's been this heightened level of attack on Black people. Particularly, I like to point to the 2017 Charlottesville issue where there was a white supremacy rally that was going on, and Blacks were protesting that ended in the death of someone.
Heather Heyer?
Yes, absolutely. Heather Heyer that died during that particular period of time. But there were so many other things. It's impossible to hit on everything. There were executive orders that were put out on the travel ban. There were caravans to cages of basically enslaving children and people of color, brown and Black people at the borders. And so you see this whole heightened sense, and heightened is probably not even a strong enough word.
It's not.
I'm trying to keep it nice.
That's kind of you.
So we do see this heightened push towards, it's outright racism what it is, but it's almost unbearable. And so we see all these elements that are coming together during this particular period of time. And then we have the COVID-19. And I point this out to say that COVID-19 has revealed even more inequities towards Black people, not only just economically, but health-wise as well. Black people are predominantly affected by COVID because of their social economic issues that are involved in that. And so I couldn't really talk about what's going on currently without talking about what's going on in the country currently. There are a lot of issues that are going on that I feel that constantly keeps this issue of segregation. And then you have the extreme brutality by police officers. Now this, like I said, it just didn't start now. It's been this way for a long time. Even though we've lost so many, and we've been at home to watch and to witness the death of George Floyd, but a lot of this was going on right now. Was going on prior to now. And so it is this heightened sense that we see that it's just we need leadership, and I feel like that's what's missing. We're missing leadership in the country, but there also needs to be we need to be actors within our profession to deal with a lot of these issues. I know I've been having a lot of dialogue over the last few months about what libraries should do in this situation. Should we do this, or should we do that, or should we say that, or should we have a statement on that? And my short answer to this, we need to do something, and not continue to talk about what we're going to do.
Fantastic. So two things come to mind. One, you were very kind when you said that we couldn't get everything that was controversial or race baiting onto this short 4-year timeline. And the other part is that E.J. Josey stands out as that type of transformative leader, someone who does keep on pushing inside of the context of what we can use him as an example for right now. So with that said, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I don't see questions in the virtual space that they provided, but I'm going to stop sharing my screen and see were any put into the chat at all, because right now I don't see questions. So that allows us to, until they come up, a couple of things I wanted to ask you. What are some of the qualities that Dr. Josey had that really resonate for now? For me, I'll just share one. For me, was his persistence, that he just had that really resilient spirit. But what were some of the other things that we can call on from him to apply to today?
Well, I also think in addition to that persistence, he also had that boldness. He didn't really care about what people said because he was so convicted about what he felt that that was most important to him. He saw that there was inequity. And so he was nice. So he was a nice, kind person, but he was also focused and he was bold with it. And so he did not back down. He kept focused and he kept on pushing. And he not only did he push himself and push librarians, like Black librarians, he pushed the organization. He forced ALA to deal with their issues. And so that was really, I think, one of his best qualities.
Fantastic. So we have a couple of questions. One is a little bit technical. Did you have an opportunity to digitally record any of the interviews you had with EJ?
I was able to record, yes, a digital recording. Yes, I was.
What, just a set of interviews? How much content were you able to capture?
We over time, most of our communication was through email, but we did have one sit-down interview with each other.
And okay, fantastic. And also, my question, the next question is offered is, who were the collaborators that assisted in Josey's efforts against discrimination? Because that picture of him with that we used for 1970, there was someone that you told me a little bit about who was the editor of LJ.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of collaborators. And one of the good things about him that he was able to galvanize supporters. So Eric Moon, who was the editor of Library Journal, he was significant because not only did he support the progressive movement, he also used his magazine and the Word and the journal to publish editorials about what was going on. But he just didn't only found the Black Caucus himself. There were other members who were involved. There was Effie Lee Morris. There were other Black librarians like A.P. Marshall. There were a lot of Black people who were involved and who were commiserating around these issues. So, I can't begin to say everyone who was involved. It's a long list of people.
Exactly. So one of the other things I wanted to bring up inside of this conversation was the amount of time that you spent on this, and for folks that really, I think they pick up on the diligence in it, but maybe you can share with us kind of where you picked it up and how it evolved over the process. Because you can see, me knowing you, I knew the passion in which you were taking it, and maybe you can tell us a little bit of the background about that.
Well, I say in the book, one of the reasons why I decided to do E.J. Josey, to do a book on E.J. Josey, is because there is very little that is written about the contributions of Black librarians to the profession. And so that became apparent to me when I was a master's student at UCLA. And I hadn't even heard of E.J. Josey until like the quarter before graduating. And then I actually kind of stumbled on it. And so when I graduated and practiced as a librarian for a number of years, I decided to go back for my PhD. When I did that, I was actually had an interest in doing research in a different area. But one of the faculty approached me and said, "You were so passionate about E.J. Josey, you should think about documenting his life." So I actually did considerable research for the dissertation. I did a lot of work. I went back to his hometown. I interviewed his contemporaries. I interviewed close to 40 people, family members, some of his classmates, his friends, church members, because church was a big part of his life. And not only did I do the interviews, I also looked at a lot of considerable amount of documents, archives. I went across several archives, the archives at ALA in Illinois, his papers, which are at North Carolina Central University, archives at Philadelphia, at the University of Pittsburgh. I looked at Savannah. So I did quite a bit of work over a period of time to write the book.
Yeah, and it was fun seeing your enthusiasm throughout that process, and then to actually see it as the book it is today is exciting, at least from my point of view, and we appreciate you for that. We'll take one last question before we have our wrap-up comments, and this is actually a good one, so keep in mind we got about 3.5 or so or 4 minutes left. Could you expound on his idea of social justice and library work?
Yes, I would say that they go hand in hand. He believed that people should be treated fairly, and that's in all aspects of it. From the perspective of, if you're a librarian, then you should be kind to people who you interact with, but also to treat everyone fairly. And I also feel that in terms of social justice, is a very loaded word. So I'm going to kind of cover a large gamut here. So social justice in terms of like fairness, equity, human rights, not only just for people of color, but also for women as well. Those are things that he was very passionate about. And he was very passionate about the people the users that come into the library as well. They should be treated fairly. And from an organizational perspective, such as like organizations like ALA, there should be opportunities for people of color to rise up to leadership. So social justice is a large local word. So basically, I hope I hit something in there that kind of resonates with you.
Fantastic. So I'm sharing. Let me move this out of the way. Sorry, folks. Here are ways to contact either one of us. Again, you're an associate professor at Catholic University. We have your LinkedIn information, and it was also on the slides and handouts. This is how you can reach me as well. So that brings us to our closing thoughts. So, Dr. Chancellor, what's the powerful words that you want to leave them with, and then I'll try to wave goodbye to them.
Well, I think Josey is a wonderful model, a blueprint for today, what's going on in the world today. And I think if you don't want to read the book, that's fine. Read about what he did, what he stood for. Look at his path. Look at his the things that he did, his boldness. And I think that could help not only the profession and help us get through a lot of the issues that we're dealing with contemporaneously, but also issues that are going on in the United States. And be that transformative person in the profession. And I think that's important. I think he would love that.
I wholeheartedly agree with you with that. What I also would share is about 100 years ago or so that we were in a similar situation with a pandemic, with a racist president, who cozied up to the Daughters of the Confederacy, and many of those statues that are being snatched off their pedestal were erected by the Daughters of the Confederacy. So Wilson was close to them and had a Senate that was in his pocket. So a lot of those things are happening now, but there's one difference between then and now, and that's us. The moment is now. So I would echo what Dr. Chancellor said, is that be that transformative space that you expect. Be that, and I won't say change, be that transformation that you expect and want to be. So with that thought, I'll leave it inside of the words of Curtis Mayfield and the title of our talk here, and keep on pushing.
Thank you.
I enjoyed that, Dr. Chancellor.
Keep on pushing. I've got to keep on pushing. I can't stop now. Move up a little higher. Some way or somehow. 'Cause I've got my strength.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Behind the Wires, American Concentration Camps Then and Now. We have three amazing speakers today, Dr. Satsuki Ina, Elena Baeza, and Oscar Baeza. They will discuss Japanese American concentration camps experienced by people of Japanese ancestry during World War II and today's migrant concentration camps experienced by refugees. My name is Alana Aikomore, and I am the current president of APALA, and I'll be doing the introductions today. Before we get started, I'd like to do a land acknowledgement. I know that we're not in the same city today for the conference or even in the same room, so I'd like you to take a minute to acknowledge the Indigenous people of the territory that you are residing on and to make a commitment to supporting Native people and Native organizations in your area. My land acknowledgement was written by Michael Misquish, a Kumeyaay elder here in San Diego. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Kumeyaay people. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As a member of the San Diego community, I acknowledge this legacy and promote this balance and harmony. APALA was founded 40 years ago by librarians of diverse Asian and Pacific ancestries to create an organization that would address the needs of the AAPI librarians and our community. My presidential theme this year is Strength and Solidarity, building upon our core APALA value of social justice. This program was developed jointly with Reforma as we strengthened cross-racial solidarity with other organizations of color and deepened our understanding of the systems that pit us against each other to maintain white supremacy. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has disproportionately affected Black people, brown folks, low-income folks, the incarcerated, including folks in detention camps at the border, and immigrants. Against the backdrop of this pandemic, countless murders of Black people finally acknowledged, and we join the movement for justice against police brutality and state violence. We continue as an organization to fight anti-Black racism in our own communities and stand with Black Lives Matters and our colleagues in the Black Caucus of the American Library Association. APALA also continues to stand up against and call out anti-Asian racism, xenophobia, and hate crime. This program would not have been possible without the hard work of so many people. Many thanks to my Vice President, Candice Wingy Mack. I am totally indebted to Program Committee Chair, Ray Poon, who has worked tirelessly many evenings answering my countless questions, and Program Committee members, Mai Sua Lee and Michael Habata. Thank you so much. Now to introduce our speakers. Dr. Satsuki Ina is a co-organizer for Suru for Solidarity, a nonviolent direct action project of Japanese American social justice advocates working to end detention sites and support frontline immigrant and refugee communities. She has produced 2 award-winning documentaries, Children of the Camps and From a Silk Cocoon, and has an upcoming book, Be Strong, Don't Cry, published in 2021. Our second speaker is Elena Baeza, an adjunct faculty librarian at El Paso Community College, who also works tirelessly with Reforma Children in Crisis, distributing books to unaccompanied refugee minors. And last but not least, we have Oscar Baeza, the incoming national president for Reforma, an ALA counselor at large, and head librarian at El Paso Community College. He is also a member of the Texas Association of Chicanos in Higher Education. Our speakers will address the following questions in their presentations. First, they will tell us about their respective work. Then they will discuss parallel experiences from the 1942 Japanese American concentration camps with today's migrant concentration camps. Finally, they will recommend resources, services, or programs that will help us as library workers and educators to more strongly practice solidarity with many different communities. Please join me in welcoming our speakers today. They will each talk for approximately 13 minutes, and we will take questions at the end. Program Committee Chair Ray Pun will be facilitating the Q&A. Many thanks, and I now turn it over to Dr. Ina.
Thank you, Elana, and thank you to Ray Pun and co-presenters, Elena Baeza and Oscar Baeza. Thank you for this great opportunity to share my experience with the American Library Association and APALA. I am a survivor of the World War II American concentration camps. My parents were held for 4.5 years. They'd never committed a crime except to have the face of the enemy. I've been a psychotherapist for over 30 years. 10 years ago, overwhelmed and close to burnout after years of working with individual clients, many of them poor, people of color, suffering the repeated consequences of racism trauma, I decided to shift my entire practice to working with communities victimized by racism trauma. Currently, I'm co-founder and organizer of Tsuru for Solidarity that Elena already described to you. Our mission is threefold: to educate, advocate, and protest to close all US concentration camps, to build solidarity with our communities of color that have experienced forced removal, detention, deportation, separation of families, and other forms of racial violence. And we coordinate intergenerational cross-community healing circles, addressing the trauma of our shared histories. I approach my work examining first the oppressor, victim, witness triad to understand the dynamic consequences of racism trauma. Euphemistic language shaped by the perpetrator serves to distort and minimize the impact of the abuse perpetrated. Correcting the descriptive language is essential to understanding the true nature of the trauma that victims have suffered. So before I share my family story with you, as a way to better understand the parallels between our incarceration in 1942 and the circumstances of today's unjust incarceration of innocent people seeking asylum in this country, I will start here with a definition of concentration camp. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, concentration camp is a place where large numbers of people, such as prisoners of war, political prisoners, refugees, or the members of an ethnic or religious minority, are detained or confined under armed guard. I'll go to the PowerPoint. My parents, Shizuko and Itaru Ina, this is a photograph of them before and after they were part of the mass arrest of all people with 1/4 Japanese blood living on the West Coast. They were living in San Francisco, newlyweds in their 20s. Hey, Ray, sorry. I don't know how to switch to the next PowerPoint.
You can use the keyboard, the arrow keyboard. See if it works.
Okay, thank you. My mother was pregnant at the time they were arrested and incarcerated. My brother, Kiyoshi, was born in the Topaz, Utah concentration camp, the second of 6 prison camps my family would be transferred to. And I was born at the Tule Lake Segregation Center, a maximum security prison for dissidents. My father protested their unjust incarceration when men inside the prison were being drafted into military service, demanding that once his constitutional rights as a citizen was restored, he would pledge his loyalty to America and willing to fight for democracy. Instead, he was charged with sedition and became a member of a militant protest group called the Hoshidan. Sorry, I'm having trouble. Dissidents were targeted for deportation, held in the jail within the jail at Tule Lake, and beaten. My father was separated from us and sent to Bismarck, North Dakota, a Department of Justice internment camp. This photo was taken in 1946, months after the end of the war. We were still detained. I always like to point out the expression on my brother's and my face, an expression that was very similar to the faces that I saw of children being held today in the South Texas Residential Center for holding immigrant asylum seeker mothers and children. Just prior to our deportation, Wayne Collins, civil rights attorney, proved in court that such deportation justification was made under duress and therefore null and void. We were released, given $25 and a train ticket to be with family in Cincinnati, Ohio. In 1995, in an effort to uncover the suppressed, fractured, and hidden stories of what happened inside the prison camps, I interviewed over several hundred people who, like me, were children of the camps, and made a documentary film of the group process used to help people heal from the childhood trauma. This group process we call now Healing Circles for Change. In 2018, at the Tule Lake Segregation Center pilgrimage, I joined with young, audacious, assertive, outraged young people to move beyond our inward-facing pilgrimage to broaden the meaning of our pilgrimage to protest the current-day racist abuse of immigrants seeking asylum in this country. The pilgrims, mostly children of the camps, now in our 70s, 80s, and 90s, could not deny the profound resonance with immigrants unjustly targeted and incarcerated, separated from families, threatened with deportation, victimized with the torture of indefinite detention. We raised a banner declaring no more U.S. concentration camps. It was the beginning of a movement in our Japanese American community to use our platform as former incarcerees to show up and protest current day detention facilities where the resonance rang so clear. When we were removed from our homes in 1942, disappeared from our neighborhoods, our jobs, our farms, our classrooms, there were no protests, demonstrations, marches, petitions expressing outrage over what was being done to us. And when we learned children were being separated from their families, we knew we had to show up in solidarity with other frontline communities who have been fighting to close these private for-profit prisons. So we used our history as a platform, and we bring our cultural and spiritual values to our protest actions. We hang thousands of paper tsuru, folded cranes, along the prison fences, representing each of us who were imprisoned during World War II, made by our community, so that the child prisoners especially can see us even from a distance. And we bring our taiko drums to the families, so the families inside can hear the beating of our hearts. We want the people inside to know that someone outside cares and is fighting for their freedom. We are demanding that the government stop repeating history. Initially, we were moved to protest because we saw what was happening to immigrant families as parallel to our experience. But with time, we have come to see that what is happening today is not just our Japanese American history, but a pattern of racism that has repeated many times and is deeply integrated throughout our history. US history began with the mass genocide of the indigenous people, the enslavement of Africans, the forced deportation of Mexican families during the Depression, the exclusion of the Chinese, the incarceration of Japanese Americans, the imprisonment of disproportionate numbers of Black people in the prison industrial complex, and the criminalization of innocent asylum seekers from Central America. The common denominator of mass persecution of people of color is systemic racism. Minorities have been used and exploited for their labor, and when no longer needed or raise threats of economic competition or threats to white supremacy, confinement has been the solution, forced into reservations, ghettos, prisons, and concentration camps. And what we have all endured include the fracturing of our families, our communities, and our psyche. As victims, we have passed on the intergenerational trauma of racism, robbed of our own cultural stories and language. What is our healing? It's not welfare. It's not temporary housing. It's not soft money grants. It will require deep systemic change in all of our institutions, and it absolutely requires solidarity. People of all colors working as allies and bridge builders together if America is ever going to stop repeating history. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Ina. I'd now like to turn it over to the Baezas. I'm not sure which of you wants to go first, so I'll leave it up to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alana. I'll go ahead and go first. I'm gonna share my screen here. Okay, and thank you so much, Dr. Ina. That was a terrific presentation. Thank you so much for sharing that. That just really awesome. So I'm going to begin here. My name is Oscar Baeza, and Alana has already introduced me, so I'll go ahead and skip that part. So one of the things I wanted to talk about today when comparing to what happened back in the 1940s to our Japanese American brothers and sisters and what is happening now is the psychological effect it does to families. The inhumane treatment of what is happening now to the people that is happening now. So I have a couple of slides here, a couple of pictures that I kind of just want to go over. And so we'll see this very first one right here. What we understand is that when people are brought to the borders or when people come seeking asylum in our borders, they are put on these holding centers, right? And so sometimes we hear horror stories where they're inside these holding centers for days. And they're all kind of bunched in a room like we see right here. It looks like it's a group of women all in this room. It doesn't look very healthy, doesn't look like it's sanitary. You could see that's just human violations all across the board here. Later on, my wife, Elena, will talk a little bit more about some of the people that are sometimes in these rooms. This next photo here is a photo of a child. Looks like a little boy drinking a bottle behind a cage. And I just kind of really want to think about this. This is a child. A child grows up learning and seeing things. And so a child learns that people who are in cages are people who do things wrong, right? So they might say, well, somebody commits a crime like a murder, they're put behind a cage or they're locked up in a jail. Maybe an animal that they see in a zoo is in some sort of a cage. So the child starts asking themselves, am I an animal? Did I commit a crime? Why am I in this cage? And so again, going back to the psychological effects of things, when we're looking at these children who are locked up in cages right now. This last picture right here, this is taken here in El Paso, in my community. El Paso is right next to Ciudad Juárez, Mexico. We are like, we're really together. I mean, it takes me 15 minutes to get into Mexico if I were to leave right now from my house. And so this bridge that you see in this picture is the bridge that separates the two countries. So our government had the bright idea that when they started getting all these people coming in from Central America and they didn't know where to put them, they decided to put them under this bridge. And they were there for weeks, okay? Now, on top of the bridge, it's people going back and forth. There's cars going back and forth. So you can imagine all the fumes of the cars going back and forth. that these people are breathing, the sadness that they're locked up in a cage while families are walking back and forth from Mexico to the United States. The psychological effects it does to these kids that they're in these cages under a bridge, pretty much being treated inhumanely, just thrown there, not fed, not given adequate meals, just pretty much saying, you're not important, you're going under a bridge, and let's see what happens. And this is the kind of treatment that a lot of our immigrant and undocumented brothers and sisters go through, that are going through right now. So we ask ourselves, what did these people do wrong besides being poor? Maybe besides being brown, besides asking for asylum? A Spanish philosopher, Jorge Santayana, once said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." And so we see that today. Did we as America not learn from our mistakes, like the ones that Dr. Ina was talking about back in the 1940s? I'm going to move on to this slide right here. This is an incident that happened on Christmas Eve on 2018. There was a lot of pressure from the local community to release people who were in detention centers. We had not only the local community, but we had some people from the national stage come down to El Paso. Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, the U.S. Congresswoman from New York, was here. Julian Castro, former U.S. Secretary of HUD, was here, along with our congressman, or former Congressman Beto O'Rourke, who was also running for president. They all were putting pressure on the government to release these people. So the government did. They said, we're going to release these people, but they did it on Christmas Eve, 2018, about 8 o'clock at night. It's cold. It gets cold here in El Paso during the winter. They dropped them off at a bus station and pretty much said, community, deal with these people. They had no food, no direction. The city's about to shut down. It's the holidays. This was an example of a cruel act that our government did. Lucky that our community came together and we were able to house these people. The churches opened up. Beto O'Rourke started organizing, started collecting food and blankets, and we were able to shelter these people. But again, going back to the inhumane acts of our government. I don't know. So I'm going to leave you just with a couple of resources. Get involved with your communities. Right here on these list of resources, Reforma Children in Crisis Project. This is a project that Reforma has where we give thousands of books to children that are coming to our borders. Please visit our websites and learn more about some of the efforts that we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Oscar. That was amazing. Really appreciate it. And now we'd like to turn it over to Elena. Elena, you have to unmute yourself.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Oscar, for the presentation. So I'm going to share my PowerPoint. Let's see if I do this right. Okay. Okay, my name is Elena Baeza. Thank you. Good morning. I have been working at the college since 2015. So besides my academic librarian duties, I am also very active in my community. I have been volunteering with immigrant teens and children through my church for 4 years now, where I offer literacy, arts, and crafts to them. I'm also active in local and state level, where I and others advocate for immigrant rights. Through my presentation, I will be showing you different pictures. This one, for example, is when we had a day at the park with the immigrant teens and children. We do 2 events a year. This is one of them. We spent half a day in the park playing games, sports, eating, and having fun. Here we were having our Christmas party. Every year we collect 300 tennis shoes from our community to give to the immigrant teens and children. Again, here we were celebrating Easter Day inside of one of the detention centers. In some cases, they are not allowed to go out for different purposes, so we will have to go to the facilities. I see a lot of resemblance between the Japanese American concentration camps and the American immigration detention centers. One of the parallel experiences are that immigrant voices are not heard. You don't hear what they're going through when they're in these facilities. They don't have any freedom and they are treated inhumanely. So I'm going to share some of their stories so you will have a better idea of what they go through as immigrants. These are teens and children who were detained at the centers. Okay, so I remember one time a girl started crying when we gave her a plate of food. We asked her what was wrong, and she told us that she was thinking about her family, not having anything to eat back home. She mentioned that the plate portion we gave her is what her whole family will eat for a week. Another time, this boy told us how he survived a gun shooting. All his friends were killed except for him. They forced him to join a gang, and if not, they will kill him and his family. So he told me that his parents sold their house to raise money to send him to US instead in search of a better life. I have also worked with families who are detained by ICE and drop off at certain temporary shelters. Most are families with children, and some come as single parents, mothers and fathers. Some of their stories that they will tell us just unreal. For example, many of them were kept in dark rooms. They could not tell if it was day or night. They had no room to walk around. Some were not allowed to bathe. Some had a week since they actually showered. In addition, many of them will also tell us that they will only receive a meal a day, usually a frozen burrito. Marucha is like a soup with cold water on it. I remember many of the immigrants felt like prisoners, like if they had committed a crime, but it's just poor people who are hungry. Outreach, one of the things I learned, the importance of human contact with working with children is story time. Arts and crafts will definitely benefit them. This is one art that they did. Please have books that they can identify themselves with. Have books that will make them feel proud about who they are. This is a picture of them when we give books to them. These are beautiful drawings that they created. If you're going to work with this population, I recommend you bring in local artists. Immigrants can be inspired when painting. They need to let out their suffering by being creative. We don't want them to be prisoners of what they went through. Let them express themselves, and with art, you can accomplish this. I remember Lucas. He made this yellow frame and he drew his family that he lived back home. He was detained in the center for more than a year. He went through so much. He has so much sadness in his heart, but he never gave up. You will never see him cry or depressed. He was a very, very grateful teen. So here are some crafts that they made. If you look at them, they are full of joy, happiness, smiles everywhere. I'm pretty sure that you can relate to those crafts by something your children or nephews have done before. I believe we can look at immigrant teens and children like our own family. My recommendation to you is to allow immigrants to tell their stories without saying a word. For many immigrants, it is hard for them to tell their stories, how they were raped, abused, or traumatized. The same goes for us to hear such sad stories. So a good way for them to express these feelings and for us to acknowledge is through stories, through movies, poems, music, or art that describe what they have gone through. I'm going to give you just an example. For example, we can all watch a movie about immigrant struggle and their success. Many times immigrant families want you to know who they are and what they go through, but don't know how to express themselves. So this ends my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Elena. We really appreciate it. Those presentations really, all three of them really touched my heart. So thank you very much for sharing all of your stories and resources. I'd like to ask Ray quickly if there are any questions in the chat coming through at this time. If not, I have some questions I can always ask to spark some discussion as well.
Hi, so far there are no questions in the chat, but we have left resources that speakers have mentioned. Thanks.
Okay, so there are lists of resources in the Q&A chat that folks are welcome to take a look at and to be sure to use those resources when you practice solidarity with all of these communities. I'd like to mention that I'm really glad we're talking about a lot of these topics more. Last year for the Apala Literature Award, George Takei's graphic novel, They Called Us Enemy, which was about the Japanese American internment camps, won our Young Adult Literature Award. And it was the first time a graphic novel had been awarded for the Apala Literature Award. And so we were very happy about that and about the publicity that that is getting as well. Do any of the presenters have questions for each other? Anything that they're curious about? I was wondering myself about, I know a lot of times when folks want to get involved, they find it challenging to practice solidarity with communities that are different from their own. So I was wondering if you could share any tips for folks that may want to get involved in doing solidarity work with communities that may be different from their own community that they're familiar with.
So I'll comment on that. So we have reached out, and in the resource list that is in the chat, I've listed the organizations that we have been working with. It was our positive intention to reach out to other groups that have been protesting, demonstrating, supporting recent asylum seekers. And we found that it was very important to center their stories and their voices, that we were not targeted community today. And so it was very important that we be respectful and inquire from them how we might be able to help them, rather than for us to say how we were going to help them in a way that could be very disrespectful.
Thank you. Do either of the other presenters want to add to that?
I have some questions. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I'm going to let either Oscar or Elena see if they have anything to add to Dr. Ina's comment, and then I would love to take some questions, Ray.
I really don't have anything to add, but just really quick, here in El Paso, we have different communities, different organizations that you know are working on this issue, and so a lot of times, you know, when it comes to solidarity, it's just finding that common ground, and I think Dr. Ina says it best when she was talking about how what happened in the past and how they could relate, and how what they're doing now to reach out to these communities. That she was out here in South Texas visiting these facilities. That is awesome. That is great. And that's what we love to see, is just people coming together, regardless of race, of ethnicity, of religion. It's just people coming together and doing the right thing, because what's going on is wrong. So thank you, Dr. Ina, again for that.
Thank you, all three of you, so much. And I think the point that all of you made was to take the lead from the community that you're trying to help, and not to come in feeling like you're a savior and you're going to like know what to do best for folks, but to actually take the lead and have people tell you what kind of assistance they would like from you. So thank you. Ray, you said you had some questions?
Yes, I apologize. There's been some lag in the Q&A, so there's actually several questions. First one is, could Dr. Ina talk about how she thinks members of the Nikkei community, especially survivors, have changed as a result of engaged in activism for ending the inhumane detention of asylum applicants?
It's a great question. I think there's been significant and profound change. I think, in 1988, Japanese Americans received reparations. And since that time, have gone pretty quiet. And it's part of that victim, perpetrator, witness triad that, a favored group is treated in a special way and then is expected to withdraw from any animosity towards the perpetrator. And so this awakening has brought elders out in force. And I think it has been an intergenerational effort, and I think that's been a really important part. Our grandchildren and our children are asking us to share our stories more and to look at the relevance for the duty or obligation, responsibility to share our stories as a way of supporting how it's being repeated again today, and to educate others about our own story, to enlighten them about the repetition of history.
Yeah, I think that's such an important point. And especially was touched when you said that in 1942, that there were no protests or statements or gatherings or uprisings around what was happening. And that is such a lesson for us to learn, definitely. Ray, do you have other questions that you'd like to feed to us?
Yes. What are the ways in which we can work together to dismantle systemic racism, especially to free children in detention centers?
I'll go ahead and jump in here. We've seen a beautiful movement in the last couple of weeks where the Black community, and along with the Asian American community and Latinos, have come together and really protested the police brutality, but not only that, but just the racism, the hate that's out there. And so we see, again, a group of people coming together of different ethnicities, of different religions, different backgrounds. And I think that is the way to do it. We need to keep that pressure, that movement. Those conversations cannot end. Those conversations need to continue. And that's the way we do it. Coming together, keeping that pressure, whether you're writing letters to your legislative, protesting, doing marches, even workshops like the one that we're having today. Thank you so much, Alana, for putting this on, because this is already making a difference. We're learning something new. We're learning from each other. I learned a lot from Dr. Ina. I learned a lot from Elena, because she's always in the front lines working with these kids. This is something that's great. Just being here and learning, you're already making a difference. And so thank you so much for doing that. And thank you so much for that question.
I want to just add, too, that racism has fractured us, fractured minority groups from each other. So this movement that's happening now has piqued our outrage and is forcing us to go beyond the limitations that racism has imposed on us. And as we reach out to each other's communities, you know, we will become a majority. And so when we work together, we go out and vote, we help each other's communities to go out and vote, we can now finally make a huge difference.
I definitely agree. I feel like there's been so many wedge politics to try and pit us against each other, while not, you know, trying to distract us from the fact that white supremacy is what is trying to keep us down. So I love when we start to come together around issues and work together, because we have so much power and so much community and so much heart. Ray, did you have another question?
Yeah, there's quite a bit. We may not get to all of them. Sorry, everyone, but we'll do our best. How can we convince our library leaders of the need to reach out to the immigrant and undocumented community, especially regarding providing programming for these groups?
I don't know, I'll jump in here. You know, that's a good question, because a lot of times our public libraries are tied to our local cities, right? And so if your city doesn't really support immigrants, it's a battle. It's a battle, right? And so, but, you know, I think, again, going back to these kind of presentations, going back to organizations like our ALA, right, who is very supportive, Reforma, APALA, these organizations could be, you know, on the forefront. Maybe we could put some pressure on these public libraries and say, hey, you know, it's important. It's important for us to reach out to this community, because we're not in the business to be asking where you're from or if you have papers. We're in the business of educating. We're in the business of providing information. We're in the business of providing a safe space for you to come and learn and read. That's what we're about. That's what libraries are about. And we're not into all this politics, you know, so maybe that's the way to kind of reach out to your public library and to those directors.
And even if you don't have the support from the people that you work with, it's like you can put up a program and just open it to everyone. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of immigrants that are going to benefit for whatever you do, to arts and crafts, to bring a musician, to, you know, all the things that I mentioned is very, very easy. And believe me, they will hear what you're doing, and they will approach you and be there at the library.
Thank you. Ray, do you think we have time for one more?
Yeah, we have time. Here is one. What do you see as a resolution at the border? What efforts are required?
That's a big question. I think we're all marinating on it for a minute.
I think so, yeah. You know, and again, the border is a federal place that is owned by our government. So right now we have a government, and well, we all know what the kind of federal government we have, right? And so the border is right now not the friendliest place, a dangerous place, not a place where you could go ask for asylum, because God knows where you end up at. They're taking your children away, for crying out loud. We hear these horror stories about kids coming, and 5 days later, they're in a plane being sent back to their home countries, disregarding the very laws that we have here in the United States, where they have a right to ask for asylum. They have a right for a day of court. So right now, the borders it's a very sad situation. But again, I don't like to get political, but come November, let's vote, people. Let's get out there and vote.
Yeah, so important to raise our voices in that way. Ray, do you have one more short one?
Yeah, let's talk about this one. How do you gain access to these centers? What barriers have you faced?
Question any of our panelists could answer. Go ahead, Elena.
It is hard to contact them. I mean, I do it through my church. That's why we have a ministry, and we have direct contact with the people who work at those programs, the detention centers. And even like that, I mean, if you go to those places, there's no signs that there is a detention center. I mean, it's very secret. There's no way to find out that they have a lot of immigrant teens and children there. So I guess there should be in your city, there should be detention centers, right? It's a way just to contact them. I don't know, maybe through church, what other people already are working with them, contact them and try to reach to them to see if they can let them come to the library, and maybe you can do programs for them. That's why I know that when I started working at one of the campuses, they already have a program like that. They bring the immigrant from the detention centers, and we used to do programs from them in our library. So there's ways. You just have to be very active and persistent and inform yourself.
Thank you so much. We are at time, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap us up. I want to give a really big thank you to all three of our presenters, especially for pivoting to this online format, which may feel less comfortable to all of us. I also want to let you know that we will upload the resource list that Ray shared as a handout, so that will be viewable to logged in users on the conference session under the handout links. Thank you so much to our presenters, to Ray, and to ALA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ilana.
Bye.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us for today's GNCRT's President's Program, A Comics History in the Making. Today, I am joined by two very exciting panelists, two great panelists, and those are Malaka Garib and Tasha Spillett-Sumner. So before we get started with our questions, I do want to give them both an opportunity to introduce themselves so that you can be a little bit more familiar with their backgrounds. So Malaka, why don't we start with you?
Hello, thank you so much, Aaliyah, for having me here. My name is Malaka Garib, and I am the author of, oh, I didn't bring it. I brought another book instead, but I am the author of I Was Their American Dream. It's a graphic novel about being first generation Filipino Egyptian American. I'm a big comics and zine maker. I'm constantly making comics of all kinds on my free time. Yeah, that's it.
All right, and Tasha.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tasha Spillett-Sumner. I'm the author of Surviving the City, which is about two young Indigenous women navigating living life in an urban environment. I also was telling our moderator today that I'm a new mother, and so I have a 4-month-old little girl. So if you hear screaming in the background, or if I have to pop up to set out a little baby crying, then that's what I'm doing. So I'm really happy to be here today. I'm happy to see other people than the people in my household also, and I look forward to the conversation.
And really, if Tasha's little girl starts screaming, it's because she's very passionate about what we're talking about. So, yes, that's good. We like to raise our girls strong from an early age. So, all right, we're going to actually jump in since we don't have a whole ton of time. We're hoping to talk about some pretty important topics here today. But we're going to start off with a smaller question, and that is, how did you both come into comics and comics creation?
So I guess I'll start. I have always used comics and illustrations to sort of illustrate and draw and express myself and my life. I didn't realize I was doing it. I've never shown this before, but this is my journal from when I turned 19 years old, and I drew this surprise birthday party that my friends threw for me, a surprise dinner, and this is the candle. But I'd always just done these little illustrations of my life in my journals, and so it made a lot of sense for me. I realized that I did that. That was the best way that I could express myself. Like, some people are into poetry, some people are into writing personal essays, but the way that I like to sort of tell the story of my life was through these little drawings. And so when it came time to write a graphic memoir, it just made a lot of sense to choose comics as my format. Yeah.
So that skill that you have, that beautiful skill of drawing that you have, is definitely not a skill that I have, but it's one that I admire greatly. So comics and graphic novels came to me a little bit differently. I was approached by a local publishing house here in Manitoba to work with them to do a series of graphic novels. And so I'm a writer, I'm a poet, but definitely I don't naturally express myself in that way. But before, I'm working on my PhD right now, but before that I worked as a high school teacher. And as a high school English and social studies teacher, I saw the power of graphic novels and comics in working with young people and in helping them to express themselves, to express their stories, much like you just said yourself that you do for yourself. And so it became a medium for me that I was really passionate about, that I am really passionate about, especially in connecting with young people, because I set a graphic novel series in front of a group of young Indigenous students. I think they were grade 7 and 8. And they ate it up. They wanted more. In fact, they wanted more so much that they had me contact the author. And so I just saw how the movement and traction that particular medium has with young people. And I'm excited to be part of this very curious and creative little world.
So comics are something that for you, Malaka, you've used to express your life, to show your life and your feelings. And for you, Tasha, it's something that helped you to connect with other people. What have the comics that you've consumed, what impact has that had on you personally?
Tasha, why don't you go first?
So It's interesting because I actually didn't pre-read the questions because I like to have like a very organic conversation with people. But I love this question because it really takes me back to my roots and so I was a very late reader. In fact, my mom always tells a story about how they had all these diagnostic tests done on me because I was such a late reader. But I remember when I was just coming into reading, it was comics and it was seeing words attached with images. That was my doorway into reading. And so that's how I connect, comics delivered me into this world that I love now of reading and enjoying different types of literature. And so like it was a start. It's interesting how things come in a kind of circle. It was a starting point for me, as like I expressed before, I'm sure for many of my students, and now I get to engage in it as a contributor.
So I think for me, what I like about comics is that it's such a special art form in which you have a drawing, narration, and dialogue all working in concert with each other. It's very poetic and it can be very powerful and poignant. You're almost watching a film unfold, and there's a lot of different ways that you can express an image on a single page. The timing and the pace that you're going through a story and getting to that moment and slowing time down by using a lot of panels. There's just so much creativity in comics. I actually had read Archie comics when I was young. That was like my only I don't know. I just read Archie comics. And then when I read Ghost World, I have it here, for the first time in high school. And I realized that that's how comics could actually be really, really poignant and really serious and really, they don't have to be happy. Or funny. They can be kind of sad too. And that helped open my mind into making my own drawings about some of the things that were happening in my own life. Lately, in this day and age and in recent years, I've just read so many amazing graphic memoirs from POC, and that has helped for me personally see my own story in the media, which was not represented to me when I was growing up. So there's this book that came out last year called In Waves by AJ Dungo. It's a story about his memoir about his girlfriend passing away from cancer, and it's also a history of surfing all wrapped up together. But what was shocking about it was that it took place in my hometown, in my home city in Southern California. And I opened the book and saw these images of places that I had been, high schools that I had known in Southern California, John Bosco High School, where I went to a school dance, this corner in Bolsa Chica Beach where there's a Jack in the Box. And I cannot tell you the power of that feeling of seeing my personal history being reflected in some other medium. I had never seen that in my life. And not only that, was this written by a Filipino American too. Seeing that really took my breath away. And I would like to do that in my own work for other people.
Yeah, that's really amazing. And I think that you hit on a really important point there, is that, this does reflect, or these do have the opportunity to show, the world that we're living in, and they can be very personal, even if it's not a story that you've created. It's a world that we share together. So speaking of, the current world situation and what the realities are like, and, that's with reference to COVID-19, with the police brutality that we're seeing with protests. Our current world is a very daunting environment right now. It's a very kind of scary and tragic one for many people, but certain communities have always been aware of, the world being this way. Like, this is not news to everyone. And this is highlighting for other groups who have not been as aware some of those inequities that we have seen. So why is it that you think we're seeing so many more people paying attention now to the world that we're living in when they didn't always do that before?
I think it's important, just like you made the point to say, certain communities have always known. I think that, I have this memory of critically analyzing Pocahontas, like the Disney film Pocahontas, from a very young age, and being given those skills from a very young age to be able to understand, the intersections of race, power, privilege, gender, sex, all those things from a very, very young age. Because I think for a lot of parents, and I understand that now as a mother, a lot of parents of color understand how important and arguably life-saving it is to equip our children with skills to be able to navigate the world that they're in from the skin that they're in. And so I think that, like, where have people been is the question. Is that it's such a surprise to me that this is somehow like news that other communities are enduring such levels of oppression. And so I think that I can't speak because I don't occupy that place of privilege to have that level of unknowing. And I would say, I think arguably, like, you would have to choose to not see a lot of the things that are going on in the world. But I welcome other communities to these struggles that we've had a front seat to for generations. And now that they are kind of awoken, I suppose, to these things, that they have a responsibility. Well, they have always had a responsibility, but now I invite them to really own that responsibility to be part of working towards liberation of communities.
I saw this question, and I was thinking a lot about how in 2016, when President Trump was elected, during this time, there was a lot of anti-immigrant rhetoric in the media, a lot of anti-immigrant rhetoric amongst public officials. And I lived my whole life going through 9/11 as an Egyptian with a Muslim father, going through 9/11, going through the Iraq War, and somebody called my dad Saddam Hussein. And it didn't really dawn on me until that moment in 2016 to actually do something about it. Sometimes it strikes people at the right time, at the right place. And I finally felt like I had something to say then. When that moment happened as a 30-year-old in 2016, I felt like I had something to say then. And that's what I felt moved me to share my own personal history with the outside world, and to explore my own identity with race and my own relationship with race. But I often think about that question, like, what moves somebody to want to tell their stories at the time that they do? And I think that, I think that the people the children of immigrants have grown up, especially in the generation that I come from. So this huge influx of Asian immigrants that came in the late 1970s, early 1980s, those children have now grown up, and this was their critical window of time now, where we're starting to take account and look at what we're seeing and say at this America and saying, like, I'm not cool with this. Like, I'm going to say something. And I imagine that a lot of people are going through that now with the protests and the injustices that we're seeing. And I think that my role as a POC is to help be an ally, to help amplify those voices, and use my talents to try to, in my own personal life, to try to elevate those voices where I can. So there's another sense of responsibility there that I feel.
So do you feel, either or both of you, that there's anything overt that the comics community should be doing to tap into this, it's not just the US now that's looking even, I know Tasha's from Canada, where this is also a problem there historically. It's something where we've seen protests across Europe on behalf of what happened to George Floyd. So do either of you feel like this is something that we need to covertly plan to do as a comics community to address what we're seeing, to make sure that people are paying more attention to race issues and ethnicity issues and culture issues? Or do you feel like that's going to happen more naturally, kind of like what Malaka said, that people are just going to find, that now's the time because it feels like the time?
I personally think it should be very intentional in that any one individual, organization, group with a platform has a responsibility to really look at how they've been using that platform and how they can use that platform, either to just straight up get out of the way of people of color to tell their own stories from their own voices in the ways that feel important and impactful to them, or to put in resources for people of color and marginalized groups of people to tell their own voices from their own standpoints, which I think that sometimes doesn't get done. And so I hope and I think we will see a huge influx, especially of young people, like Malaka have said, who have been politicized in the time that we're in now, to come tell their stories from with the talents that they have. And so I'm excited from the comics and graphic novels that my daughter will read when she's 16, from young people who are now looking at the world around them, and like Malaka said, like what Malaka has done, wanting to tell their stories using the gifts that they have.
Thank you. Well, I actually see so much happening in the comics on the grassroots level. Like, I scrolling through my Instagram feed after the first few protests of George Floyd was incredible. Like every comic artist that I had followed had either reposted comics from a Black artist, had either made protest art about allyship. There's an amazing poster called Philippinex for Black Lives, and those posters ended up being printed for free, and people have been using them across the country. A lot of artists have also been interviewing Black people about their own experiences, drawing their stories and amplifying their stories. It's been such an exciting time on the grassroots level. It may not be happening maybe quite yet in commercial graphic novels, but I imagine that, if it's happening on the grassroots level, it's going to trickle all the way up to the top. That's what I hope.
And what do we think needs to happen to make sure that this doesn't stop at the grassroots level? Because the comics community is very diverse. And I don't mean that as far as, the groups of people within, but as far as the actual styles that you see and the different levels of commercialism or not. So it is something absolutely that is happening on a more like people level. But what do we need to do, if you have thoughts on this, to make sure that this does end up being widespread, that it makes it to our big publishers, our heavy hitters, our powerhouses? Like, what do we need to do to make sure that that's not something that escapes this time?
I think something that I saw that was really, really interesting to me in the days after, like in the immediate days after, the main Black Lives Matter protests that we're continuing to see, is people holding businesses accountable, people holding, publishers accountable. Like, what are you doing? What are your policies like? What are you doing to uplift Black stories? And so I think that's really important. And, I like that we're talking about the grassroots community, because we there's no power like the power of the people. So I feel like when we hold larger publishers accountable, when we hold our agents accountable, when we hold the people who have produced an economy around what we do, what we hold so sacred as our writing and our art, when we hold those people who have created an economy around those things accountable, and remember that it is us, the people, the writers, the storytellers, the artists, who really they are indebted to, then we know where the power lies, that we can require them, we can make demands of them to ensure that these social changes that we need to save the lives of people are deeply entrenched also in the business of what we do.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely, on accountability. I also work as a journalist as my day job, and I recently wrote a story about how women aren't represented in any global is a majority in many different global coronavirus task forces. In fact, on the White House coronavirus task force, there's only 2 women in the 27 people on the people on the panel. And I was thinking about how, just as activists are looking at task forces through a gender lens, we also have to look at those who hold power through a Black, Indigenous, and POC lens. We need to start thinking about the curation of the books that we offer through a people of color lens. Are we representing everybody? I know that is something that has been said, but I feel like we need to say it time and time and time and time again until the message gets through. I myself I've co-founded an art book fair in DC here called the DC Art Book Fair. And one thing that is very important to me is that the judges that we have on our panel, that a lot of POC are represented, because by doing that at the very top, they too themselves make different choices about who would be accepted in this art book fair. So, if you have POC representatives at the top of your organization, you probably will be more likely to have more POC art books and zines being offered at the art book fair. So I feel like any ways that we could diversify those who have power in the publishing industry and the library community, that will have trickle-down effects to what kinds of books are being read and consumed by the masses. So I think that change starts with us.
Yeah, I love how you both referenced, that we can be the driving force. We need to be the driving force, and we do have that power to make that change. So what is it, what in the comics community that you have seen, whether it's on social media, interactions with other creators, that has left you with hope from everything that's been happening recently across, the US and Canada? What has given you reason to feel hope about our situation?
I think Malaka pointed it out, is the protest art. Like, wow, beautiful, really deep and important art has come out of people who either have just become politicized or who have, really turned up, amped up, using their skill set to be part of movement and movement building. And so for me, those images it's been very emotional to see those images, especially from people from other communities and people from within Black and Indigenous communities. And so for me, it's beautiful. And then just in movement building, but the physical movement around, singing and dancing in the pursuit of liberation is so, to me, just quite moving. And so we've seen these things like Malaka said, on Instagram feeds, just being full of beautiful expressions of solidarity.
Yeah, that's true. It's so nice. I love it. I think what gives me hope actually is this upward trend of books by POC author, comic books of all kinds on either histories of amazing POC, Black, Indigenous leaders and inspiring people, this uptick of that I've seen in the publishing industry, and also graphic memoirs. That's kind of this year, there's been so many more. And I think that hopefully with the protests will lead to a big upward trend. I hope and believe that I will see that. But just this year, a friend of mine, Robin Ha, wrote her memoir about being Korean American, almost American girl. And another illustrator friend of mine, Deb Lee, is writing one called In Limbo, about her experience growing up as an Asian American. And these are books that were sort of put together, pitched and written some months and years ago, but you can tell that that's part of this cohort of books that were sort of bought and pitched around 2016. And I think that things are changing. I'm seeing it in front of my own eyes, and it's wonderful.
So as far as that goes, is there any concern, do you think, that there is going to be a lot of, I don't know how else to put it, like taking advantage, that there's going to be people wanting to use this moment, and not even just for money making per se, but to do less authentic allyship? Do you think that that's going to be an issue that we run into?
That was a big thought of mine when I first got offered a book deal. And, honestly, I didn't care. It's like, if this is my chance to like get a platform, I'm going to freaking grab it by the horns and I'm going to run with it. Like and in the end, it's like, yesterday I had the opportunity to sit in on a company had decided to organize their own book club, and they chose my book to read, and I got to listen in a little bit, and it was basically, the book was just a jumping off point for the people of color at the company to talk about their own personal experiences growing up Indian, growing up Muslim, growing up, whatever ethnicity they were, and what their experience was like growing up in America. And to hear that people were able to, they read my story, they were able to relate to it, and then they were able to turn that into dialogue with their colleagues who were also white and have a conversation about race at this point in time was so amazing. So like whatever like fears that I thought about my personal pride and ego of this being like, maybe they're using me, I don't even care. I don't care. And that shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be doing that. No one should.
Relate to the feeling of like, when you get that first book deal, you're like, okay, let's go, here we go. And then that they don't even realize the momentum that you've been building that came way before you signed that book deal. And so I do though think that performative allyship is dangerous. And I do think that, it's really important that we move beyond just like the share on Instagram or on Facebook or on Twitter, that we move into real, intentional, deep change within our communities. And I always feel like, so I do a lot of anti-racism work, and one of the most common questions that I get after doing anti-racism work from settler communities or from white communities is like, okay, like, well, what do we do? What do we do? And I always say, like, it's not my job to tell you what to do, but it is your job to, unpack what's going on here and then do the work within your own communities. And so I really, really hope that, like Malaka said, though, that the white people who read that book and who heard from their colleagues, I hope that they took those learnings into their own families and into their own communities, to really unpack, the levels of privilege, the levels of oppression that are so deeply seated within non-Indigenous, non-people of color communities. And so if our graphic novels, if our work can be that, like she said, jumping off point, that door opener, and in a lot of ways, maybe even work as a sort of shield for the people of color who want to have those conversations, then that's such an important tool as well.
Yeah, I love that, Tasha, about performative allyship. And I was thinking too, like, how do we even get the people who make those decisions in the book industry to like authentically move beyond just like, let's just buy a bunch of like book propositions that are by POC, and for them to actually believe that that's like the right thing to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very huge question that we're not going to solve the answer to in our time. But I mean, absolutely. I think I love what you both said about how, this can create, that springboard. It can create a safe or a safer feeling environment for, the people who are around those discussing these, so that they're able to share their experiences. So they do have the power, the stories that you're creating to to change worldviews for people who have been less aware. And I know that you've both had, your different experiences, both as, an immigrant, as, someone who's grown up in an Indigenous community that has, suffered hundreds of years of oppression and brutality yourself. Has your own worldview changed at all over the past couple months with COVID, with all of the police brutality being brought out into the light again? Like, how has it changed you as individuals, and how has it changed the communities that you're part of? Again, that can be any facet for the communities because we all belong to many.
So like I shared before we started the live, I had my daughter on March 3rd. So she's 4 months now. And so I had my daughter March 3rd. We came home from the hospital March 4th. And by about the 8th or the 9th, the province that I live on was under COVID lockdown. And so I had such a strange and I think quite unique shared with, of course, all the parents now, new parents now, introduction into parenthood because of COVID. And then additionally, with the murder of George Floyd as well. And then all of the police brutality protests led by Black Lives Matter. So as a Black and Indigenous mother, one, dealing with the anxieties of COVID, and then also, the other huge pandemic of racialized violence at the same time. If it wasn't for artists and storytellers who were creating little drops of medicine, I feel like my mental health would have suffered quite greatly. So it has been authors, storytellers, artists who delivered me kind of a little safety net to not turn my head to everything that's going on, but to have a way to express myself and intake information in a way that felt much more natural to me, at least. And so we are existing in such a strange time. And it's like, let me tell you, raising a little girl who's Indigenous and Black in the world right now is quite, I get emotional every time I think about it, because I always think, like, how do I arm my daughter for the world that she's in, at the same time as protecting her right to experience joy. And so that's that's a balance as a mother that I'm trying to figure out. But I draw strength in realizing that, I come from a community of mothers who have been figuring this out on both sides of my lineage, both Indigenous and Black mothers who have been figuring out how to protect their children and allow them to thrive in a joyous way for generations. And so, in fact, I got so emotional about that. I kind of lost where your question came from, but I do feel like we're in such an interesting time. And, we have a cultural teaching that children know before children are born, they're able to see their whole lives. And in their first act of agency, they choose to come into the world using their agency from what they've seen or their whole lives will be. And so I always think I draw so much hope from my daughter. Like, she's seen what her life will be, including COVID, including, what we're seeing, such high racial tensions. And she used her agency to come into this world regardless. And so, I always feel like she must know something that we don't know to have had that much hope and, commitment to the greatness of humankind to come into the world still.
Oh my gosh, Tasha, that is so freaking beautiful. Oh, I love that. You have to put that into a book.
Please.
Yeah, I love that. That's so wonderful. And it gives me hope too, actually, that story. For me, the whole experience with the protests and the injustice that we've experienced here with police brutality, it sort of made me realize something that I've been seeing on social media, and that's like the POC experience is not the Black experience in America. I think that at the beginning of the protests, POC were really quick to jump on and say that this is we've experienced that too, and and I think that's not the time. There is a totally different experience. Our time right now is to listen and to be an ally, as I said. I think that it's also been a good space and time to think about my own learnings from growing up as a Filipino and Egyptian about the cultural relationship to Blackness and race. For example, in Filipino and Egyptian culture, light skin is both really prized, and we've had a lot of this colonial mentality our whole lives about how light skin is better and being dark skinned is not good. And if you are dark skinned, find ways to use creams to lighten yourself, or you don't want to marry a dark skinned Arab because that doesn't look good for your family. But trying to observe some of the things that I've been passed down from my cultures and trying to undo those things. I found that both the Arab community and the Filipino community has been incredible at this time. I've been leaning on them as a source of inspiration, as a source of learnings. There's been a lot of listening and learning sessions in the Filipino community, for example, about our relationship to Spanish colonialism and what we might have been taught there. So yeah, I feel like this is a time to just kind of shut up, listen, amplify, and it's been a very humbling experience.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate reality that we live in, that colorism is a thing that happens, again, internationally. This is not a US thing. This is not a Canadian thing. This is something that happens across cultures. And I think that you're absolutely right that we do need to, including POC. I've unfortunately heard a lot of Latinos and other POCs making comments, about how similarly, yes, light skin is better and preferred. And, there's a lot of, across South America, Mexico, there is a lot of anti-Black sentiment. And so while it feels very tempting to want to center this conversation about Black lives around our own communities and our own ethnic groups and races. Yes, it is a very different experience, because if there's one thing that unfortunately the world is good at, it is being universally anti-Black. And I think that that's something that the comics community can help to change by addressing when we see these things happening. So with all of that said, we're in this moment, and we've had these moments. We've had, police brutality in the past. We've had people murdered in the past, whether it's by the police or by other citizens, just because of who they've targeted, like the color of their skin or their culture or background. But this time feels a little bit different, at least where I'm sitting. So if you feel differently, I'd love to hear about that. But it feels like it's a moment turning into a movement. So what else can we do besides trying to give these opportunities, as you both mentioned, to more POCs to tell their stories? What else can we do, if anything, to keep creators and readers involved in keeping the momentum going?
I think that it's just to keep our expectations really high and not let the bar slip. So we need to make very clear and decisive expectations and demands from the people that we engage with, including our friends and family. But like you said, our publishers and the more commercial side of our of comics and graphic novels, and just make those expectations very, very clear and not give an inch. Because it's when we start giving those inches that, that the people that we lost, that their stories kind of get blurred into the background. And so, in Canada here, there's incredible movements around, which is highlighted in my graphic novel, incredible movements around demanding justice for the theft of life around missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And so we constantly have to be like, keep those names, keep those families at the forefront of our conversations, because let me tell you, if we allow a moment of silence, it just becomes, business as usual, and our lives depend on it not becoming business as usual. And I think that that's really important. Like, we need to frame it like this. literally the breath in our bodies depend on this change. And so we cannot make any concessions here. It's just not an option. And so I think making those really, really clear and decisive expectations are really, really important.
I completely agree. And I don't really have anything else to add except for when those books do come out, buy them and support them and amplify them. Don't just like say like, oh, I'm so glad they like did that book, you know, like actually buy it and read it. I think that's something that we forget sometimes.
Yes, the power of putting our money where our mouth is. So I just want to give our audience and both of you a heads up. We have about 5 minutes left on our panel. If there are questions, and I'm not sure that I see any right now, but I'll do a quick double check. But if there are any questions from the audience, please feel free to share those. We'd be happy to ask. If we get some in and don't have time to cover them now, we are happy to take them to social media if we are needing to do so. But it doesn't look like any have come in yet. So I do want to kind of circle back to something that was said earlier in the conversation, I believe by Tasha, about joy. How important is it, and this is kind of a setup question, I think it's very important, but I want to hear from you both. How important is it, and how do we, as POCs and people in comics, how do we show that these communities aren't just trauma? It's not just affliction. There is joy. Like, how do we share that?
So before we decided to have a child, my partner and I had these very long conversations around the world that we're in, especially, you know, as myself as a Black Indigenous person and himself as a Indigenous person, and around, you know, like at that time it was around climate disaster, but now I'm sure people are having conversations around COVID. And then we chose to have our daughter. And so she is the expression of joy. And if you look at brown and black communities, we love having babies. And so I feel like that is just an expression of joy. And the fact that we are here in front of one another as, you know, brown people of color, we are the expression of joy of the people that we come from. And so I think that, you know, us living, breathing, interacting, creating, living, we are the expression of joy, and we can continue that to ensure that our communities continue to grow and thrive. And I think that is so important. And it also is so important that we are not constantly sitting within our own traumas, because we deserve better. We have a right to experience joy. We have a right to experience happiness, love, kindness within our communities and as we engage in other communities. And so I think that is also an important thing to, you know, really for ourselves to hold as something that's important, to always seek that out in the lives that we live. Because, you know, I'll tell you, a day of reading through just COVID articles and just police brutality articles and just violence, it's, you know, it's heavy. It's heavy. So to create those moments for ourselves in which we, like, you know, are saturating ourselves in joy and happiness, that's a political action as well.
All right. So Malika, did you want to add anything to that? I think that was so nicely put, but.
Yeah, I would just say that, like, oftentimes the immigrant has experience in the media, especially when I was first writing my book, it was so unnuanced and often we were painted like negatively. And I was thinking about how like proud I was to be Egyptian Filipino and how much I loved my family and how much I loved my traditions and growing up with my kooky uncles and aunts and the weird food that we ate. I loved all of it. And when I pitched the book, I sincerely wanted to write a triumphant book about being an immigrant in America and coming from an immigrant family. And I feel like the only person who could really tell that story was me. To tell my family story in a triumphant way was for me to just go about and do it. And I feel like, you know, that's what happens when you give POCs a voice. Like they can tell the story in a way that might be unexpected, that might go against the grain of what you're seeing in the media, and delight you and uplift you.
All right, thank you so much. So we are about a minute out. So I do want to give you both a chance. If there is a website or social media account that you want to share with everyone where they can find you and follow you, please let us know that.
Sure, I'm just Tasha.Spilett on everything across the board. And I do have Surviving the City from the Roots Up, and additional graphic novels, a part of a 3-part series. And here is this little girl that we've been talking about that my husband is
Hey! Oh, look at those sunglasses.
ready to go for a walk in the sun.
So cute.
So that's us.
All right.
And I'm at Malika Garib, and I make a lot of comics and zines. So if you like comics and zines, just give me a follow.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for your time, for your thoughts. We'll see if we can't get around to finding out what happened to questions if they're there. Thank you, everyone in the audience, for joining us. And in case it hasn't been abundantly clear, Black Lives Matter. So be kind to each other. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our talk this afternoon. We'll be talking about more than just banned books, recent research on intellectual freedom. I am Shannon Oltman from the University of Kentucky, and my co-panelist today is Emily Knox from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. First, I want to start by acknowledging the Office for Intellectual Freedom, or OIF, which is part of the American Library Association. Now, OIF does a fantastic job tracking incidents of book challenges and bans. For example, they reported 377 incidents of book challenges in 2019. But they estimate that 80 to 90% of book challenges go unreported. So this is just a small fraction of the book challenges. These are just the ones that we know about that are reported. The Office for Intellectual Freedom also assists libraries when they are facing book challenges and book bans. They can provide assistance, talking points, and a variety of forms of guidance. They also track information about challenges to programming and other incidents, other events that go on in libraries. But there's more to know about intellectual freedom than just banned books. So I'm going to start by talking about a survey that I conducted a few years ago about where I looked at Midwestern U.S. public librarians. Go ahead. So I looked at 9 states in the Midwest, and I started in the Midwest for a couple of reasons. One is that there had been some surveys in the 70s that looked at Midwestern states. Another reason is that there are some Midwestern states that have library science schools. There are some Midwestern states that do not. There are some large cities. There are a lot of small rural areas. So I thought I could get a lot of variance in the Midwest. And then finally, the Midwestern U.S. is often under-researched, understudied. So I wanted to bring some attention to this area. So I contacted, if you go back for just a moment, 645 respondents across 9 states. And you can see the demographic characteristics up on this slide here. I asked a variety of questions. One set of questions asked whether the respondents agreed with certain intellectual freedom statements. For example, that whether they agreed that intellectual freedom was an important core value within their library. 88% or more of the respondents agreed with each of these intellectual freedom statements, which is a very high number, very high percentage. But those with a library science degree, a master's degree, were more likely to agree with those statements. I looked at other characteristics. So I looked at the respondents' communities, like the size of the community, the type of community, whether it was urban, rural, suburban, and the political leaning of the community, to see if those factors had any bearing on whether respondents were more or less likely to support these intellectual freedom statements. And surprisingly, none of these factors were statistically significant for these questions. Then I asked if the librarians' personal beliefs were ever at odds with the official intellectual freedom stance of the American Library Association. If you look at this table on the right, you can see that 40% said there was some conflict between their personal and professional stances. Now, those with the library science degree were more likely to say there was no conflict with their personal beliefs. To me, 40% is a pretty high number, so I found this quite interesting. So this survey tried to figure out which factors were statistically significant with respect to intellectual freedom and collection development. For the respondents, I looked at things like age, gender, whether or not they had a library science degree, how long they'd worked as a librarian. With respect to their communities, I looked at the size of the community in terms of how many people lived in their community. I looked at the community type, again, rural, urban, suburban, that sort of thing. I looked at the community political leaning, whether it was conservative, liberal, or neutral. And what I found through my research was that most of these attributes, most of these factors were rarely significant, meaning most of the time they didn't really matter with respect to intellectual freedom and collection development. Two of the most important findings from this work were that holding a Master's of Library Science degree has a significant impact on one's stance on intellectual freedom. That was the one variable that was often significant, meaning those with a library science degree were more likely to agree with statements about intellectual freedom, were more likely to support intellectual freedom, and so on. The other interesting finding was that support for intellectual freedom did not vary based on the political leanings of respondents' communities. So librarians, whether they were in more rural, more conservative, or more liberal communities, still valued intellectual freedom. This is in contrast to what we might have heard anecdotally, which is that intellectual freedom is less valued in conservative areas. On the contrary, my study did not find that. So now I want us to think a little bit about why we need intellectual freedom everywhere. People tend to think of intellectual freedom as a liberal thing, or something that's more likely to be in urban or suburban areas. But my research shows that just isn't true. Intellectual freedom exists everywhere, and it's important everywhere. Now, this is true for a number of reasons. Libraries may be one of the few intellectual or recreational outlets in rural areas, especially one of the few that's free of charge. It can help people expand horizons, can explain the broader world to folks, and it can spark imagination and creativity. And for these reasons, intellectual freedom is particularly important in rural, suburban, and urban areas. We can see these factors, these different reasons that libraries are important as sort of motivating factors to help us defend and promote intellectual freedom. Next, I'll talk a little bit about the Mapping Information Access Project. This is a project that Emily and I, along with our colleague Chris, have worked on for a number of years. Our long-term goal is to map challenges in internet filtering levels in public and school libraries, public libraries and school libraries across the country. As you might guess, that's a difficult and expensive project. It's hard to collect all that data. And it's been difficult to get libraries to participate for a lot of reasons. Librarians are very busy. We're asking them for a lot of information, asking them to take time out of their busy day and collect this data and send it to us. Some librarians may not be interested in intellectual freedom, book challenges, internet filtering. So rather than trying to collect data for the whole country at once, we started in Alabama. It's first alphabetically, and we thought we might find some interesting things in Alabama. So we started by mailing a emailing a request to every public library system and every public school system in Alabama and asking for any information about book challenges and information about their internet filtering system. After 9 months, we received 169 responses. From those, 14 institutions reported challenges over a 10-year period for a total of 38 challenges. Now, one of the interesting things is that's fewer than the number of challenges reported to the Office for Intellectual Freedom during this time period. So the numbers don't quite add up. We didn't get a full amount of information. Some of the data is missing from our collection. Go ahead. Here I wanted to provide some examples of the book challenges that we were told about. On the far left, you can see the institution, Alpha Public Library, for example. We gave them all pseudonyms. And then you can see the format of the challenged item, who challenged it, what the reasons for the challenge were, and what happened in the challenge. These are just some interesting examples that I pulled from this project. And I'll talk kind of generally about what we found. Most of the items that were challenged were books, although there were some DVDs and audio items challenged. Most challengers were patrons and parents. A lot of the reasons for the challenges had to do with sexuality, sexual content, profanity, and concerns about violence. Most cases, after reviewing the challenge, items were retained in the collection, although there were a number of times that we could not determine what happened. Information was not clear. There's a couple on here that are quite amusing. If you look at the Public Library, the book was challenged because the patron was concerned about the vampire baby and that it would scare people who read about it. Those of you who are familiar with the Twilight series can probably guess which book that was referring to. And then if you look at the Chi Public Library, the last one on the list, there was a book challenge because it suggested that the band Lynyrd Skynyrd had some racist tendencies, and the patron felt this was an inaccurate portrayal of the band. So in this case, the director recommended that the book be retained, but additional information be purchased to present a more balanced picture of the band Lynyrd Skynyrd. Those two are always kind of amusing and fun to note. So we can go on to the next one. So in this project, again, we looked at a lot of institutional and demographic factors to try to see if we can notice any patterns or any systematic factors that had an influence on book challenges or internet filtering. We looked at the total income of the institution, the size of the community, the circulation rate in the library, and the number of master's degree holding librarians. As far as community demographics, you can see we looked at a number of those as well. However, despite looking at all of these factors, we did not find any discernible patterns. According to our data, only 4.6% of institutions reported challenges, but many challenges go unreported. So that's probably a very low number. That's probably representing an undercount. And only 48% of Alabama institutions sent us data so our information is probably even more incomplete. There may be some confusion about what a challenge means. We intended it to mean when a patron does some sort of formal paperwork saying that an item should be removed from the collection or moved to a different part of the collection. But perhaps some librarians have a different understanding of what challenge means. And one of the things that we really thought about with this project after looking at Alabama libraries, we really wondered to what extent should community interest drive a collection? If communities are interested in a very narrow scope of topics, a very narrow range of perspectives, to what interest should that or does that drive the collection development? So that's a really difficult question, and I think that's one that we'll circle back to during the discussion part of this. Go ahead.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about a paper I wrote recently on intellectual freedom and social justice. This has been a topic of interest to me because there are perceived, what I call perceived tensions between social justice and intellectual freedom. And I wanted to my next research project is really looking at how do we understand these tensions? Why do they exist? And what do we even mean by them? So this is a paper I wrote for Open Information Sciences, an issue that Shannon edited. And it's really trying to do some theoretical work. It's not an empirical paper. It's just some theoretical work to think about, what do we mean when we say intellectual freedom? And what do we mean when we say social justice? And I really mean, what do we mean? Not what does, a scholar say? I mean, I'm the scholar here, but I mean, like, what do librarians mean? What do our patrons mean when they say these terms? So that's really what this paper is about. This paper is a work of axiology. I have sort of co-opted this particular term. If you meet philosophers, they may or may not talk about axiology. Axiology is the study of values. So often when philosophers talk about axiology, they really mean the value of goods. It's used a lot in philosophy of economics, but I am actually talking about what are the values of people in librarianship. And I say that this is a meta-axiological paper. It's a description of values of a particular set of people, as opposed to talking about this value or that value. I'm trying to look at, what do we mean? What are these values that seem to be in tension in librarianship? So at some point, I said this during a meeting. This is actually a community meeting we had when Steven Salaita was fired from my institution, University of Illinois. At some point, I said intellectual freedom is a liberality value, where social justice is a progressive value. And this is just a gloss. I just came up with this kind of off the top of my head. I was really using these terms the way we hear them in mass media. So I was saying liberal value. So in the way we say that Joe Biden is a liberal. And I was using progressive value in the way that we say that Bernie is a progressive, right? I wasn't really trying to think about it in terms of, when a philosopher says liberal values, what do they mean? And I certainly, along with that, was not really talking about the progressive movement of the 1930s. You can see the different questions I've been asked about this over time. I was just trying to say these are camps, and in some ways they're overlapping, and in some ways they are not. So that's really another way of thinking about what this paper is describing. So what I decided to do was really investigate liberal. What do we mean by the term liberal? So I basically read a bunch of introductory descriptions of liberalism and really looking at it as a political or social value. This particular metaphor that I'm using here is from Frieden's Very Short History of Liberalism, the wonderful Oxford series. It's a way of thinking about all liberal values. So what he says is, think of a stack of sheets of paper. These stacks of paper combined different values. So these 5 values are human rights and liberty, economic freedom, individual progress, social space, and group identity. And what Frieden says is that these values always make up liberal values, but different parts shine through. So as I go on, you'll see that often when we talk about people, they might talk more about a social space. That is what shines through in their liberal values. In this paper, I specifically talk about individual progress and group identity, as you'll see. But the main thing he states is that the bottom sheet of paper, human rights and being against tyranny, is always at the bottom. It is the bedrock liberal value that all types of liberalism have as their bottom foundation. So you can see what I'm actually saying is that it's no coincidence that both Bernie and Joe Biden ran for the Democratic presidential nomination. In fact, they embody different liberal values. And in our country, the Democratic Party is the liberal party. So I hope you can see what I'm trying to do in this paper is to say, what are we talking about when we discuss these differences? So when we talk about liberal, when we say that someone is a liberal, often what we're talking about is individual progress. In our field, this is most fully realized by John Stuart Mill. And I think you can see how this connects to intellectual freedom, right? Intellectual freedom is really, in many ways, an individual value, right? You're talking about this person has the right to intellectual freedom, to be able to express their ideas, to read ideas without fear of censorship. So Mill takes a maximalist position, of course, on this, that censorship must be eschewed at all costs. There are 4 grounds of freedom, that silenced opinions may be true, silenced opinion may contain some grain of truth, even if it's held in error, that truth must be contested or simply prejudiced opinion, and a belief must be held with conviction. So when we talk about liberal values or someone who is liberal, when we talk about intellectual freedom, for example, we're highlighting this pink piece of paper. That's the one that is shining through. Now, we still have the bedrock of being against tyranny. We still are interested in things like economic freedom, social space, group identity, but the one that really shines through is number 3 here, the pink piece of paper. Okay, when we talk about progressive values, often we are talking about types of group identities. So the person I use to talk about this is Rawls, right? When we think about theory of justice, what does it mean to have an egalitarian society? I also discuss Elizabeth Anderson. So she says that to have a functioning civil society that allows for all to participate, She includes libraries in this idea of having a civil society so that everyone can enjoy their political rights. So group identity, if we take Frieden's metaphor here, really is having the top layer of group identity shine through. Now remember, all of those other values are still present. We still have human rights and being against tyranny. We still have economic freedom. We still have individual progress. We still have social space. But what we talk about a lot when we talk about a progressive value, we're talking about group identity. So here's a quick gloss, right? There are two different focuses, so foci, right? When we talk about intellectual freedom and social justice. Mill tends to talk about the focus on individual progress and development. Social justice tends to talk about the focus on group identities. So let me tell you what I will be talking about next in my work. I now realize that what comes next is Crenshaw's theory of intersectionality, because that is what pulls together these two liberal values, that we have both group identities and individual identities, and that they make us a whole person. I'm clearly just working on this. This is something I actually talked to Bob Holly about in an email this week. And I realized that this is the next stage, which is to think about what do we mean? How do these actually work together? And it's through Crenshaw's ideas on intersectionality. So for myself, what does it mean to be a Black woman who is also from the Black upper middle class, right? These are all parts of my life, and they actually have, they make a difference when I think about how I interact with information, right? They actually affect my own information behavior, and when I'm thinking about something like intellectual freedom or social justice. So that's the next step for this paper. Now, as we all know, this is really how this shows up in librarianship, that we have these two separate groups. I highly commend to you Tony Samek's book on the development of the Social Responsibilities Roundtable in the 1960s and 70s, and how these two ideas became separate in librarianship so that we have an intellectual freedom roundtable and a social responsibilities roundtable, and why they often seem at odds. I know I'm speaking at ALA, so this might seem a little controversial, but I think we all know this, right? This is a long-standing tension at within the organization as to how we think about these two values. But with intersectionality, I want to talk about this full spectrum of liberal values, because I truly believe that it is our right to intellectual freedom that allows marginalized voices to be heard. In fact, we need to think of a method, a way to bring these all together, all 5 of these rights. Maybe they shine through in certain contexts, maybe another one shines through in a different context, but I wanted to show this spectrum of paper because I think it really will help us move forward to think about what is the right response for libraries at this point in time, in this era of social upheaval, when we understand that there is both group identity and individual progress. How do we think about those together? So if you're interested on anything about these topics, well, actually, this is another book that I have on information ethics. It's on reduced price now at ALA, so you can save 25%. I also have Shannon's book here, Practicing Intellectual Freedom, which you can get from ABC Clio. And this particular roundtable was sponsored by the Intellectual Freedom Roundtable. I also want to mention that it is the 50th anniversary of the Merit Scholarship, which supports librarians who have stood up for intellectual freedom and found themselves in difficult circumstances because of that. And I encourage you to join all of these organizations, including the Freedom to Read Foundation, which I just stepped down as president of this week. We have our new president, Barbara Stripling, and that's really protecting your own freedom to read so you can grow as both an individual and learn more about what is going on in our society without fear of reprisal. We can now go ahead and answer any questions that people might have.
Emily, I see one question, which I think is a really important question and one that is endlessly fascinating to both of us. Did you study intellectual freedom in relation to the allowance of hate speech? This is a very timely question, of course. I did not, in my research, I have not studied intellectual freedom in relation to the allowance of hate speech. So that's a direct answer to the question. More broadly, I would say I'm a free speech maximalist. So I believe in allowing as much speech as possible, including hate speech. I think the way we conquer hate speech is with more speech and better speech. I think we either drown out the hate speech or we inform and educate and reform those who are speaking hate speech. And so that's my stance. Now that gets really painful and uncomfortable for a lot of people. But after studying freedom of speech and intellectual freedom for years and years, that's where I've come down. Emily, what do you want to add?
Yeah, so my answer to that is always that this is really based on a shared understanding of language, which does not actually exist. So when we think about the work that Shannon did in rural Midwestern towns, what is hate speech in those towns? So I often tell people I live in Champaign, Illinois. We are surrounded by former sundown towns. Now, recently those towns have been holding Black Lives Matter protests, but that was not always true. And what if Black Lives Matter wanted to meet in those libraries? There are still people who consider Black Lives Matter to be a hate group. So what I then hear from people is that, well, the Southern Poverty Law Center puts out a list of hate groups. But if you ever look up the Southern Poverty Law Center just Google it, you will see how the SPLC is actually described by many conservatives. It is not considered to be a legitimate organization. What I hope people understand is that, yes, it might be that people in your own circle, that the people that you interact with, have a shared understanding of what hate speech is. But this is not true across the country or across the world. It's really something that has a lot to do with how we communicate to each other and how we understand language to work. Also, the other thing I encourage people to understand is that the people who would be making laws about hate speech are not necessarily people who would agree with what you consider to be hate speech. My favorite example of this is actually, I tell my students to think about labeling. So if you think about what kind of music gets those parental warning stickers on it, who gets those stickers? It is almost solely hip hop music created by Black people that gets those labels on it. Why? How do we understand that? What does it mean that this label is said to be unsuitable, right, for particular audiences? Which audiences? Who's making that decision? So my worry is always that, I mean, who do we want making these decisions? So I actually just had, sorry to ramble a little, but I think this is a very important point. Some of the interventions I've heard are things like, well, if a hate group wants to speak in the library, then we should have someone with the opposite point on. But what is a hate group in one of the sundown towns that's near me? You're asking that, in fact, a director who may or may not agree with you on what a hate group is, include someone else or make this decision. That is putting a lot of power into the hands of someone who might have a completely opposite idea of what is right and just than what you have that idea. And I think it's important to remember that. I understand that we want to work towards a more just world, but everybody doesn't feel that way. And in fact, the way we have our policy set up is so that we can actually move toward that right and just world without putting so much power into the people who disagree with us.
And I would just add to Emily's point that the people who make the laws, the people who are in power, tend to be those who have historically had and maintain their grip on power. They're not going to pass laws that empower people who've been marginalized and oppressed. So even when laws to ostensibly limit and restrict hate speech have been passed, they're often used against marginalized and oppressed people. That's how it's worked in other countries for decades. So we have to be really careful what we wish for with regards to hate speech. That's the only question that I see. Yeah. So if you guys have other questions, please post them. Emily and I love talking about this stuff. So we would love to keep hearing your questions and having you post them and keep talking about this. Oh, here's another question. What is your stance or opinions of the protests and riots that are going on right now in the world? And have you participated in any of the protests? Thanks. Fascinating roundtable and presentations. That's a great question. So, Emily, do you want to go first or do you want me to?
You can go first.
Okay. I have not participated in any of the protests. Because I have some compromised health issues. And so I'm being pretty careful with my exposure. I've tried to participate in other ways, such as monetarily and through social media. Recognizing that those are less than, those are not necessarily the most powerful ways, but those are the tools that I have at my disposal. I think the protests are fantastic. My personal opinion is that social justice and social change is long overdue. And, I think one of the ways that we see change and that we see progress is through the use of our voices and through standing up and demanding to be heard. Like I said earlier, the way that we combat hate speech is through informing and educating and reforming people. It's not to stand silently by and let people say or do hateful things, but it's to, when we can, speak out. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. And as more and more people speak out, others are hearing that and learning and listening. And then some of them are speaking out. Some of them are changing their minds, and that's incredibly powerful. So that's from an intellect, that's, pulling in a tad of intellectual freedom perspective with respect to these protests and the movement. Law enforcement and jurisprudence reform is incredibly long overdue. I don't want to get too far afield, but it's very, very long overdue. So hopeful that we can see something in that direction.
Yeah, so I have not joined the protests. I have a pre-existing condition that makes me very worried about being in crowds, basically. What I have done instead is I have been joining one of our local city council to be part of the group of people who is pressuring them to actually change what they are doing with the police. So I try to go to all those meetings virtually. I have sent a lot of money to various organizations. The other thing I'm really going to be doing this fall is mentoring more Black men and women. To me, that is one of the most important things I can possibly do as part of the social justice movement. I've been given a lot in my life, and I already do this work, but I would like to be more concerted in my efforts to do that. So to me, mentoring and being there for people who are who need somebody, or who I can be, someone to talk to. That's really the work that I'm doing. I honestly, I'm not really much of a protester. For me, the work of social justice is done every day. I'm very glad that people are out there protesting, but I'm much more of an administrator and policy person. My goal is for our school to not have any impediments to people's success, and to make sure that we have as diverse an environment as possible to think through why our school is not as diverse as it could be, why our profession isn't as diverse as it could be. That to me is the work that I am better at overall than protesting, and also I think is part of the long-term work that we need to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm seeing more and more questions. So
yeah,
that's
I
great.
see that.
I really appreciate that, guys. Emily, do you want to grab one?
So I think the next one, is there a place or responsibility for libraries for privileging diverse voices over the voices of majority, or a responsibility libraries have to privilege non-majority voices and safety over majority safety?
Wow. Well, I would say those are two different questions to me. So I think privileging diverse voices is super important in terms of the books one collects, the programming one has, and so on. Super important. The more diverse, the better. Get lots of diverse voices in, and not just like African American authors during February, but African American authors every month. If you're putting up a display of important Civil War books, make sure you have some African American authors in that display. If you're putting up a display of romance novels, have some queer novels in that display. Don't save all the diverse voices for a special diversity display. Have them represented all the time, all the way across the board. So yes, include diverse voices whenever you can. When it comes to safety, I'm going to pass it on to Emily and see what she says first.
So I think that the thing to think about is, what do you mean by safety? So one thing I do talk about, and so I will be talking about in my research, is this concept of harm. And my fear is I have a true fear of paternalism. I will say that just straight out. My worry is that, in people's drive to keep people safe, they often become paternalistic in their remedies by infantilizing people, by saying, this will hurt that person. But how do you know that? It's actually a very difficult line to walk. And I often think that it's put out blithely, right? That this is simply the right thing to do. But if you think about what I was saying about individuals and group identity, each individual is their own person. You don't actually know how a given individual will react to something in particular. Everybody reacts differently. We are all individuals. What I worry much more about is this idea of single stories. So the idea that all Black people have this, have a single story that we all share, and that's how we will react to whatever is going on. I mean, in my own family, I have people who are not interested in these protests in any way, right? What do I say to my uncle who is a police officer, right? During this time. And that is really much more of the lines that we need to think about when we think about things like harm and safety is, who are we talking about and how are my actions actually affecting this person? And am I taking a paternalistic attitude towards this person? That's often my fear.
I'm going to stop you, Emily. I think you addressed safety really well, but we are actually up against the deadline, the end of our time. Yeah. I thought we went for a full hour, but
I thought we did too.
So I have to end it there. As I said, Emily and I could talk about this intellectual freedom and social responsibility stuff endlessly. Certainly feel free to email me if you have any questions or if you want to continue discussion. I think Emily would probably say the same.
Yes.
If you search either of our names on Google, along with our universities, Emily Knox at Illinois, Shannon Altman at Kentucky, you'll find our email addresses and feel free to continue the conversation. Thank you everyone for joining us.